will be our first Music on the Square concert, and it will be every Wednesday throughout the summer, starting this Wednesday, July 9th, and every Wednesday thereafter through the end of August. So we look forward to that. It's from 6 to 8 on the square, just out here, outside the Civic Building. And that's my report, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start to the left. Where's Mr. Boykin?
He's a ghost.
Start to the left. Councilmember McCluskey.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Hope everyone had a wonderful and safe 4th of July. There was no PCRC meeting in June due to Juneteenth. We will have a meeting in July next week. There was the Unified Growth Agency. There was an email with some initial concerns with the contractor, but then they apparently got it resolved. I still had some questions, so I had a meeting with Mary Connolly today, actually, talking about some things there. And I, as everyone else here probably went on the AWC conference, I had a family vacation in Coeur d'Alene. It's a beautiful, gorgeous area, actually. Did a lot of hiking through there, and I had to, of course, visit the redevelopment of Coeur d'Alene, and it is amazing. They put millions of dollars into this revitalization project along the lakefront pathways into the resort, their museum, as well as Tubbs Hill, which is a pathway from the parks into a trail system that leads to a lot of really beautiful coves that people can, well, it's on a steep hill, so they have to traverse down some rocks, but the coves, once they get down there, is beautiful. And nice sandy-ish beaches are along the cove line, so it's just very picturesque and gorgeous. Lots of boats in the harbor there, and they redeveloped their park with a big splash pad and play system, and there's picnic areas there, pretty much how we are looking at redesigning some of the components of CERT Park. There's also, in adjunction to, some ball fields and pickleball courts are there as well. And so it was nice to see some of those things that we've been talking about as a city in somebody else's city already done and completed. And a lot of the redevelopment of some of the multi-use projects that we've seen in other cities, they have done that in their style and their way. And so it was very nicely done with areas where people can have plazas, experiences, breakouts, similar to probably what we're going to be discussing now in the 27th Business District. I saw a lot of those concepts come to life, and so that was exciting to see. And with that, Mayor, I'm going to end my report. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. My report's pretty short. Happy 4th to everybody. I was also on vacation. I did not go to AWC. It was actually a family reunion. It was a heck of a lot of fun. And like you, I find myself whenever I travel comparing UP to every other city I visit. And the comparison almost always comes out favorable to UP, I've noticed. So it's, yeah, I noticed that the things I appreciate about the other cities are things we already have here: trails, parks, systems like that, bike lanes. It's just nice to go away from home and just remember how good we have it here. I can lose my report.
Thank you. Councilmember Worthington.
Thank you, Mayor Figueroa. A couple of things. Let's see. So I guess in somewhat chronological order, I also attended the AWC conference and in Kennewick. It was very worthwhile, I think, from my set of experiences. I saw several of my colleagues there, and I think we'll all report about some similar things and different things as well. For me, this is I believe it was my 37th AWC conference.
Yeah.
Goes back into when I first started working in public service as an employee. And it was great to do. Kennewick did a great job hosting. I had talked about an anniversary dinner, having that, but in fact, my wife didn't travel with me to the conference, so she instead was taking care of a dog that we're taking care of on our son's behalf. So, any case, but I did, I did get back, and we had dinner together on our anniversary in Vancouver. But back to the conference, a couple of notable things. One was the tour that I had along with several other council members here, having to do with some of the economic development initiatives that the city of Kennewick has done. And most of those that we saw tied back to about 2000, 2005, when the legislature had an opportunity for cities to compete for, I think it's LIFT designation. And Kennewick did, and they did well, and it had that special opportunity to have this tax increment financing available to put in key infrastructure, and you can see that has really borne fruit for them as these areas have blossomed and grown up. They have a beautiful sports complex, or a series of them. Their utility systems are in place ahead of the development, a variety of things that have worked out for them. And LIFT was a good example there. We also had a similar opportunity here, and we used it well, and it gave birth to, I think, our city hall and the parking structure and what is now our town center, and its own economic engine like they have. So it's been a good chance to see that tool. Also, I was one of two presenters on a session, and this was a discussion about planning efforts, really land use and GMA, and what made it interesting, or a little bit different at least, was next to me was Steve Stewart, and Steve is the city manager for Ridgefield, Washington. Now, we've all heard about Ridgefield, and so they have, as you know, right about now, I think the opening of, yes, the first Washington State In-N-Out Burger. Yeah, it's in Ridgefield. I think the whole world is going there to see what it's like, or at least everyone in the state. But they have done other things too, and such. But Steve, currently a city manager, had been an elected official. He was a Clark County commissioner. And so a bit of this session was talking about your perspective, how it changes from being an elected official to being an appointed official as a city manager, or vice versa in my case, from being staff appointed as a city manager and an elected official. And it was an opportunity to share some perspectives and thoughts on that, and I enjoyed that opportunity. It was, everything went well. Frank was kind enough to be in the room, and I appreciate the support. Thank you, sir. Or excuse me, Councilman Boykin was kind enough to be in the room, and I appreciate the support.
You are more than welcome.
Thank you. So the room was pretty full. So I think that, and I had the first 4th of July in about 7 years that I wasn't in a ride along. Instead, I was getting ready for a birthday party for my 12-year-old son, grandson, I should say. My 12-year-old grandson, Graham, in Bend, Oregon. And so we had a nice birthday party the next day, but I wasn't here for a ride along, and I'm waiting to hear how it went. So, all right. Thank you.
Councilmember Boykin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a wonderful time at the AWC, so I obviously attended. I guess that's no longer a secret since Councilmember Worthington thanked me for being in the audience. Let me tell you the treat. It is really fantastic to be at AWC when you get a chance to represent City University Place, and you have rock stars that you get to be amongst. Well, to my left and to my right, these two didn't disappoint. At AWC, I won't take any of Council Member Grassi's thunder, but I will tell you that it was a packed audience for really important topics, and not so surprisingly, Councilman Worthington just provided really insightful impactful comments that help people understand the perspective of ACDEV as well as the GMA scenario from 3 different perspectives, because he's had at least 3 different hats in this public service journey that he has. So without trying to belabor him or make him blush, it just was really good to be in the audience and see that type of information shared, and then see people ask significant questions afterwards to stay, just to make sure that they could get even more of what he was offering. So just really appreciate that. It's always good and important to be representing the City of University Place, again, when you have that kind of contributions. Also wanted to share for folks that didn't really recognize what necessarily AWC is, it does give us a chance to connect with our colleagues really from different corners of the state to celebrate our shared affinity for our cities, as well as talk about different creative ways in which we can approach local leadership and governance. And as you think about the times that we're in now, you just got to believe that a number of people are faced with what we might see as similar challenges, but because they have the perspective of what they have brought to the table, what they built, how they prepared, you get to hear how they may be pivoting, and you also get to hear what it is that may have been insurmountable. That gives me a chance to give a shout out to the City of University Place and its staff, because how we have been prudent in terms of how we've addressed our financial prowess, how we've addressed really quality of life in the City of University Place, and been really intentional about those things, as we may have similar challenges in going forward as municipalities have in terms of governance. At this point, it's just a wonderful situation to be in as I think about what the City of University Place has in front of us and ahead of us. So lastly, let me just also underscore as it dovetailed really into the celebration of Juneteenth national holiday. I got the opportunity behind our proclamation here with our city, share with the county council, share as part of their invitation about the impact of Juneteenth and how important it is to see that independent and celebratory moment. So it was really a good situation for me. I felt excited about being, again, a part of the City of University Place that does recognize inclusivity, as well as the expectation of there being room for everyone as we move forward as a city. And then lastly, I just wanted to go ahead and underscore, I got an opportunity to be a delegate for the first time as part of AWC. And so it felt that much more important to be able to vote, both in terms of additional policy as well as new leadership. And so that both of those things did happen. So we do have Fred Brink, who is now the president, if you will, of AWC, Association of Washington Cities. And it just looks like it's one more good opportunity to just best be able to get good ideas, bring them back to the University Place, and just see how we can make our city wonderful as a result. So that concludes my report, Mayor, and thanks so much for giving me an opportunity to share.
Thank you. And Councilmember Grassi.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say happy 4th of July to everyone, and thank you to our men and women in uniform who made this possible, and to our military families. I just am so grateful. 4th of July is my favorite holiday, to be truthful, but I'm just so grateful for the sacrifice of so many that make that possible. So I want to say thank you. And on the 4th of July, I visited our farmers market, which I was so happy that they were open on the holiday, and it has just been a wonderful time to see that farmers market grow. But I did want to mention to families that are watching, you know, when we go to the farmers market, you can use your EBT and SNAP benefit there at the market, which is they match dollar for dollar. You swipe your card at the main desk there, and they give you tokens to use at those fresh produce stands. So that's a wonderful benefit for families that are wanting to use their SNAP benefits, and I want to make sure our community knows that that is available to them. Backing up just a little bit, on Juneteenth, I was honored to represent our city at the community Juneteenth breakfast at the Eastside Community Center, and to see that grow, and that was a wonderful opportunity to be with community from all around Pierce County. I also attended our AWC conference, and as it has been said, getting to represent our city is always an honor I take very seriously. And not only were we able to learned so much in the seminars and sessions taught by folks like Councilmember Worthington and others, which is such a value. But for me personally, the value of getting FaceTime with leaders from around our state, one-on-one, having conversations that you wouldn't normally have. For me, being younger in this role and learning still, that is invaluable. And so when our community is watching and saying, what are we doing at AWC? That investment for me personally as a leader to send us is multiple fold. Time with our colleagues, learning from what they do provide, and then also that one-on-one valuable wisdom that leaders that have gone before me for years ahead that I wouldn't be able to glean otherwise is just so wonderful. So I want to thank our community for making that possible. That time is just really just so rich and valuable. Also, I would be remiss if I didn't say it. I love summer in University Place, and it is concert and market music in the Market Square season. So Music on the Square, I believe, starts this Wednesday. Yes, City. And then our Orchard concerts are starting. And then, of course, our 30th birthday bash on August 23rd. I'm so looking forward to it. So thank you to city staff for making that possible and keeping it safe, and just a wonderful experience for our community. And that concludes my report, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fleming.
Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. Thank you for the opportunity to join you all from afar tonight, but it's always exciting to be there. I guess the beauty of going last is you get to either summarize what everyone said or say IBID or whatever, but I do want to highlight a couple of things along the way. Number one, when we refer to AWC, for some who don't understand what that is, that's the Association of Washington Cities. I started going to AWC back in the early 1990s, and for me, going this year really highlighted a few things. Number one, back in the 90s, going to that meeting was more considered a boondoggle for electeds. Didn't really learn a lot, didn't gather a lot. But watching the transformation of that organization over time, as several of the council members have pointed out, it is transformed from more of a party kind of environment to a learning environment where they bring in the brightest and the best of leadership, not just within our state, but sometimes within the country, to really inform and educate the elected leaders of our communities. I really enjoyed the opportunity to meet colleagues, especially spend time with our colleagues from Furcrest, get to know them a little bit better, get to learn some of the issues that are on their plate and how they really want to collaborate with the city of University Place. I found that rewarding. I did get the opportunity to also go on the field trip for their regional park. What I found really exciting, as Councilmember Worthington alluded to, is they were able to use grants and other opportunities of funding to fund not only the regional park, but they funded their community center, which they hold not just meetings for community members, but they host concerts, they host sports activities. It is a true multi-purpose facility and it was beautiful. It was spectacular to go visit that. And then along with that, they actually have a carousel. And I don't think there's many people that remember back when we started the city, we were offered the opportunity to have a carousel in our community. And at the end of the day, we said, thanks, but no thanks. They actually embraced the idea of a carousel that is used by the community. And it is, if you haven't ridden one lately, I know Councilmember Worthington and I believe Councilmember Boykin was with us, but we all rode the carousel, and that was a pretty awesome experience to kind of take a step back in your childhood, if you would, to do that. The other thing I wanted to highlight, and again, Councilmember Boykin brought it out, was, about the fiscal accountability. You don't really appreciate what you got until you talk to other people. When, we listen to our finances and where we are and how we're able to, keep in the black and continue to be fiscal conservative and do well. And then you talk to other cities. There are more cities today that are operating near or in the red and trying to figure out how they're going to keep their boat afloat. And when you're listening to that and you think, gosh, we're in the minority now of cities that are truly rock solid in the finances. You just have to give credit to our finance department, the leadership there, and all that's that's going on there. Lastly, had the opportunity to be the other delegate for the City of University Place, along with Councilmember Boykin, and as he pointed out, to be able to select the leadership for AWC to discuss and vote on policy measures, I think is exciting, especially when we collectively have a voice at the table. I also had the privilege of sitting on the Legislative Priority Committee. We've got more work to do before we bring that out for prime time. We'll be meeting next month to discuss some of those priorities that we see are important at the state level that we'll be sharing with our communities. So all in all, I found this year's conference to be exceptional. I mean, really a 5-star rating to the leadership and the people that put that conference together. And it was a privilege, more than anything, to be able to go, to listen, to learn, observe, and really participate. So that's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Last remarks here, and talking about being last, I'm telling you, it's really hard to follow the act that this council members on reports. But I did attend the AWC, and it's all about relationships, because we can always pick up the phone and which I've been called by some of my colleagues that I've met over the years, and as well as where I've picked up the phone. I primarily focus on meeting council members from around Pierce County, so that I can just listen to see what they would say about UP, number one. Also just pick their brains about how's it going, finances or permitting or anything else. And just to kind of understand how, I kind of rate ourselves as I'm listening. And I've said this many times, so we really have worked hard, and it doesn't come by accident, that between staff and council, we've made some really good decisions to the point where we're at now. Unfortunately, I was sitting on the day of, I think it was Thursday of that day, is when Cle Elum, the city of Cle Elum, unfortunately had to file for bankruptcy. And I was sitting with a 28-year-old just appointed 3 months ago on the Cle Elum Council. And she was saying, well, today we're going to file bankruptcy. I thought she was messing with me, because she was serious, and she went into the details. So I won't go through the details, but the point I'm making on this is that it had to do with the developers agreement. It had to do with permitting processes. And so it's something that, when I say we're not where we're at, and having kudos from different cities and council elected officials about our developers that I talked to about our permitting department and staff, because and how we do business, because you can easily go in the wrong direction and be in a lot of trouble. So. So when you hear and see those kind of things, it is very valuable, because it kind of sets you straight to make sure that you're not like, okay, you don't put it on automatic. We can never put our vehicle, our city, on automatic for our citizens. We always have to be watching and where we're driving and how we're driving. So that being said, all of us have probably, have heard about the Texas floods in Kerrville County. And it's been really upsetting, I know, for a lot of people, for me, and to see so many families, but especially children. This was a camp of 750 all-girl camp for young ladies, ages 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so I had staff help me with a statement that I'd like to read in behalf of our council and citizens. I also would like to get a head nod in here that I'd like to finish this note into a letter to have us all sign and send it to the city, to the county, and to let them know, as far as Washington, we do care about what's going on there, and it's heartfelt. So on behalf of the entire City Council and the residents of University Place, I wish to extend our deepest condolences to the people of Kerr County, Texas. The devastating floods and loss of life are absolutely heartbreaking. In the Pacific Northwest, we are no strangers to the power and unpredictability of nature. The events in Central Texas are a painful reminder of that. Let us take a moment to remember those who are suffering and grieving right now, and to pray for the safety of all those engaged in search and recovery efforts. So I'd just like to take 10 seconds to just a moment of silence to think about those families and those children. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And I would just say, any objection to us sending a letter with everybody's signature? Seeing none, Mr. Sugg, if you can help me with that, we'll get that off sooner than later. And that's the end of my report, and we'll move on to the study session. And we'll start with item number 8, and it's the 27th Street Business District Plan. It's the second study for adoption of a resolution. And we have a staff, Ken Brisky, our Community and Economic Development Director, and Jordan Martin. Is he here? No, he is. He's a Senior Project Engineer. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem City Council, Kevin Brisky with the Community and Economic Development Department here for a second study session, as mentioned, regarding the 27th Street Business District Plan. Just to kind of do a little recap and overview again, back in 2017, Puget Sound Regional Council designated a regional growth center within the city of University Place. And within that regional growth center, there are 3 sub-areas: the Northeast, the 27th, and the Town Center sub-area. The city's comprehensive plan has policy LU 12D, which has a recommendation to complete sub-area plans for those 3 districts. The Northeast Business District sub-area plan was completed and reviewed by the council and adopted back in the fall of last year. We are in the middle, or towards the end, I guess, of the 27th Street Business District Plan. The full draft has been done and is being reviewed. And we have started the Town Center sub-area plan, and we are currently meeting with the advisory group on that. The full draft of the plan went through 4 advisory group meetings as it was formed. The advisory group consisted of local business owners up and down the 27th Street and property owners. The 27th Street Business District, just in reference to geography, it starts at 27th and Morrison and extends all the way down to Grandview on 27th. After the advisory group had held their meetings, they recommended to review to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission held 2 meetings to go over the plan and the draft recommendations. And then they held a public hearing and made their recommendation to council for consideration. The plan was also presented to the Economic Development Commission as well to go over the recommendations. To gather public input, the staff put out both a survey and a flash vote, and we received 681 total responses between both of those. At the first study session on May 5th with the council, the full plan was kind of gone over broadly with the entire city council. Mandy Roberts with OTAC was here to present on that. She summarized the full plan, which is about 95 pages. We also have the appendix of the survey results attached to the plan and a market analysis that goes with the plan. That kind of is a deeper dive into what's going on from the market study of the plan. After that, for tonight's meeting, we received a few questions during that, and we wanted to give more time for the council to take a look at the draft recommendations in the plan. So we have slides here that will go over each one of those. So we'll look at the recommended actions. We'll have some answers for some of the utility questions, and then Jordan Martin is here to take a look at some of the traffic analysis that was done in relationship to the plan moving forward. And there's some slides on that. Have any discussions and questions as well. Just to look at what these recommended actions are, they're not codified, they're not code, they're not 100% have to be required. They would also take further direction down the line from council to direct work plans through the various commissions to maybe take a deeper dive on some of these considerations. So you can kind of look at it somewhat similar to the comprehensive plan. These are more broad general policies that help guide the city in the future for development on 27th Street and help guide staff and council, but would take further direction from council in the future to fully implement some of these recommended actions. So the recommended actions, what I'd like to do, there's 7 different kind of general recommended actions, and underneath each one of these there's sub-recommended actions. If the council's privilege, I would like to just go over, some of them have 2 pages of recommended actions, some just 1. I'd like to just go over each one for like regional collaboration and open it up to see if there's any questions, and then move on to the next one if that seems to work. So regional collaboration, this is something that was been looked at even on a citywide basis for us to consider regional collaboration strategies, working with various partners out there in the state, region, nationally to prioritize areas and target phases for potential impact or need. Stagger investments, begin with infrastructure that will attract initial private investment, gradually expand improvements as projects progress. And consider, try to look for economic incentives out there that might be out there and available from a regional collaboration standpoint to help implement further improvements up and down the 27th Street sub-area. The regional collaboration was just 1 page, so if there's any questions on that.
Mayor Pro Tem Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question for you. Under stagger investments, what kind of infrastructure, in your opinion, would attract initial private development? Where should we be starting?
They'll be a little bit further in some of these recommended actions as well, but I think there's possibilities for city-initiated potential projects up and down the street corridor that could help, either incentivize further development or just help the pedestrian amenities down there, help the overall feel of it. A lot of the concerns we heard from the public was even though we have sidewalks up and down both sides of it, people are still driving pretty fast there, and there's not a lot of, they still don't feel safe walking up and down there, even though there are sidewalks in some instances. So there might be small ways the city could look for potential investments to maybe improve that pedestrian safety. There's also only one, between Bridgeport and Grandview, there's really only one pedestrian crossing, which is at Sunset currently. And that was another thing that came up during the advisory group meetings and things on maybe there'd be ways to do investments there to look at enhancing or providing more opportunities there.
Cool, thank you.
Moving to environment and climate change, there's multiple recommendations. There's 2 pages of recommendations on this, and I don't necessarily want to read through every single one of these, so I don't want to read them out. But
Mr. Brisky, I hate to interrupt you, but we'll have to work with MA to entertain Councilmember Fleming, and he has a question. So, Mr. Fleming, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kevin, back on the safety of 27th Street. In your plans there, we've got some streets that have misalignments, which increases the risk for accidents or pedestrian accidents along that. In that redesign, is there any thought or has any thought been given to realignment? And since you brought up Sunset, I believe that's one of those streets. I could be wrong, maybe off a block, but within that vicinity.
You are correct. They don't. Sunset doesn't align with there, and there's a few other streets that don't align. I'll let either Jack or Jordan maybe add to this if they want to. I don't know if there's been any specific plans looked at it in that level of detail. You know, this plan kind of guides us to say, hey, that probably should be some things that we could look at in the road to improve those areas.
I mean, it's a one-time opportunity. If we're going to adopt a plan and really mean what we say and say what we mean, it may be an opportunity to look at, you know, how, if possible, it may not be possible, but if possible, to come up with some kind of a plan to improve the safety of those particular intersections.
Yeah, it's a great question, Councilmember Fleming. By the way, Jack Eklund, Public Works Director. So with Sunset in particular, it is a very big challenge. We do have this signalized intersection there already to address pedestrian safety, and that is the single crossing of that whole stretch. But the biggest challenge with Sunset is the existing businesses and the church there. So it's, like you mentioned, it's a terrible offset. To correct the offset, you would either have to condemn the auto business and take up a fair amount of, basically take out that entire parking lot, or you would need to demolish a good chunk of the Presbyterian Church, which is actually their older historic part of their building. Either way is we typically want to shy away from those, at least in early plans, but I think it's something important that we probably should address as more of a holistic goal maybe in this study, to say that that's something we want to consider and explore where feasible. But specific projects are difficult to, until we had it'd be a pretty significant funding issue if we went that route.
I think that's an easy solution, to condemn and take property for under public domain. But the idea of signalization of those intersections and having a turn lane in those is a lot cheaper and a lot safer and more economical as we go through redevelopment of that area. And so that's something I'd probably ask you to take a look at. I think it's easier if you can't align the road to at least signalize it so that those intersections are synchronized.
Yeah, it's certainly something to look at. It would be, and this is something that, of the unsignalized intersections along the roadway, Sunset would be the busiest of that whole stretch, right? So that is probably, just from a traffic volume standpoint, the one that especially if something happened more at that specific, major redevelopment happened in that corner, that could be a candidate. The skew itself still presents quite a few problems, even to signalize it. From a traffic flow, because it would have to be, essentially, you would have to have split phasing, because you couldn't have one vehicle movement, you couldn't have Sunset go at the same time because of the skew. You would have too many opportunities for accidents, and then also the left turn movements couldn't be done at the same time. So it certainly posed a challenge, but that definitely would be one that would be, as volumes increase, we would be wanting to, evaluate that for sure.
Sure. It also slows your traffic, back to Kevin's point earlier.
Yep.
You can control flow of traffic that way too.
Okay, go ahead.
Moving to the second, which is the environmental and climate change. Just kind of summarize this. These recommendations have a lot to do with taking advantage of some of the assets that are in the area, such as Adriana Hess, and emphasizing being able to provide better access, pedestrian access, and proximity for the public to be able to use the trail systems that are being improved there, expand other pathways and trails to other existing potential parks and public open spaces that might get developed over time. Also providing for stormwater management and LID techniques. Some of these we already have implemented in our overall goals and strategies, our comprehensive plan, but this helps kind of solidify some of those actions. The second page, quite a few of the recommended actions for climate change. Also ensuring that we provide alternate forms of transportation, encouraging, there is a current bus route there, also encouraging biking and walking, and trying to reduce potentially the reliance on single occupancy vehicles to help lower greenhouse gas emissions. Consider feasibility of establishing a green building program and including incentives to encourage sustainable building design. That's something we currently don't really have out there in our comprehensive plan. There is some talk about green building design, but we don't have anything that is, I guess, codified or solidified in that nature. Trying to look at parking in the area. Parking is one of the things that kind of can be difficult up and down 27th, and there might be ways to provide for different ways of parking, either on-street parking or areas that are located behind the businesses. There. And one of the last ones I want to point out here, because this has been talked about a little bit, looking at an EV charging strategy that would also apply in the 27th Street area.
Okay. Got a couple of council members. First one is Councilmember Fleming. And also, if we can stick to council to the actual issues and involved in this, if there's a side thing about maybe looking into some futuristic things that could happen, it'd be appreciated. Maybe mention it and we could put it in the bin and we can have a study session. Would be appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And along those lines, I'll be quick and short. But Kevin, when you were looking at alternative transportation in that area, we can put this one in the bin, but and this is because this is outside the box, but have we given any thought of maybe putting electric trolleys in that would run up and down 27th and down Bridgeport to City Hall or even to the other end of UP?
It's not something we have considered as part of this plan, certainly.
Something just to tuck away and think about.
Sure.
Anything like that, if staff can just put that as a side note and we can figure out we can have a more elaborate discussion along with some maybe other ones so we can put them all together. Okay. The next one is Councilmember Worthington.
Thank you, Mayor Figueroa. A couple of, with regards to the policies that are being proposed here, I think there's 7 of them. I was curious about, I guess it would be number 5, and the 5th bullet, but I think this applies to all of them, which is, how do these play with existing policies? Are these in some ways a restatement of an existing adopted policy in certain places, or are they perhaps in conflict with what other policies may be about parking, for example? Here we say there would be less on-site parking. Elsewhere, we may say that we need more on-site parking. So I'm trying to see more holistically how these policies play with our larger group of policies.
They kind of meld together, I would say, a little bit. Some of these policies, they solidify some other policies within the comprehensive plan. Some of these policies, I think, drill a little deeper. And are a little more specific. For instance, the parking, this is a little bit, I think, more specific to 27th, where in other parts of the city, and like here in Town Center, we have a lot of parking. Down there, parking is more limited.
So would this give rise to the potential then of a development standard that is different for the 27th district, because we're trying to achieve this objective here, we'll say the 5th one on parking, where elsewhere in the city it may have a different parking standard because that isn't a point of concern or one of the objectives, but That's kind of where we'd go with implementation.
Yes, that very well could happen through further down the line through implementation. If this was looked at in more detail, you might have a slightly different parking standard because the needs are different on 27th than in other parts of the city.
Okay, but there's no direct conflict as you recall them.
No.
Thank you.
And before we go to the next council member, I do want to piggyback on that, and that is, so if there is no conflicting policy, because there's no policy, like you said, it's different, we would have to come back if you wanted to adopt this kind of change and come back and adopt an ordinance or something to, right? So we
Correct.
should be seeing something back from you on some of these items.
Correct. You could think of it similar to like the Housing Action Toolkit that the council adopted, which had a list of actions, and we've slowly brought back to the council some of those actions through like the Planning Commission's work plan and said, hey, is this something the council wants to direct the Planning Commission to look at? And then they go and analyze that and come up with proposed ordinance. So that's where this could lead to down the line.
Thank you. Councilmember McCluskey.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So the environment and climate change is, especially when it goes to the non-motorized methods of transportation, pedestrian and bikes and e-bikes, that is all strategic on the safety of the corridor there. Because as you alluded to, people don't feel safe there because of the rate of speed of the cars and also how the street is aligned and how that is designed. And the other piece to that is to encourage the non-motorized is to maybe possibly have a street medium going in the middle of the street so that it could slow everything down. It could also help with the green gas emissions and a tree canopy all at the same time. I know that's, a large infrastructure change, but this is a visionary piece to it. And we've seen that work before in our street. Bridgeport is one of them, and so to think about that, because if we are to encourage the bikes and the e-bikes, then we also need to think of maybe a European model where they do have a special lane just for the bikes to go along, especially with traffic that is going at a higher rate of speed, and I'm sure you guys are familiar with that. The other comment I have is about parking. I think parking is very strategic, and we have to really look at ensuring that whatever parking that we have along this business corridor is not going to preclude people from using the retail mix. And also, if they're residents in the retail mix, multifamily units that we might consider along here is at the parking, go in the back so that the retailers will have more parking for their customers in front. And the other piece to that in the back of my mind is if we're to encourage EV in cars and bikes, that we need to probably look at our EV policy in our city. And that way that could help and augment some of the things that we are thinking about in the environment and climate change for the Northwest Business District on the front end rather than on the back end. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Anyone else? Oh, yes, I have you down. I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of quick comments. First, I just want to concur with Councilmember McCluskey on the feeling of safety. I've ridden my bike down that street a few times, and I always feel like a little bit I'm taking my life in my hands when I do. Even though there's a bike lane, I was actually in Canada last year, and I noticed that on some of their city streets, they actually have little pylons that separate their bike lane from traffic, which provides a physical barrier, which is helpful, but just an idea. And then second, is there a metric you can use to evaluate, for lack of a better term, movement capacity So in other words, the point I'm trying to get at is whether we have parking or whether we have transit, we want to have a goal for a certain number of people to be able to be in that business district, to access that business district, and so whether we have like a central parking lot somewhere else with cool trolleys that come from there that stroll down the 27th Street. I like that idea, by the way, Councilmember Fleming. But is there a way we can measure so that when we're evaluating what we're doing in the future, whether we're putting in a 500-unit parking structure or we're putting in a trolley or we're doing some bus transit, is there a way to evaluate how we can measure if we're meeting our movement or capacity or business district goals?
So the ITE, Institute of Transportation Engineers, they do a trip generation handbook that kind of does predictive models. And in the most recent update of theirs, or a new version, they have started, now traditionally that's typically just been vehicle trips and looking at how you're doing vehicle trips. The newest one now is starting to look at that same thing you're talking about, where it's not just your vehicle trips, but then your combination of your bicycle and your pedestrian and your transit trips. So at least it's heading in that direction to be able to get some more quantifiable standards for that. The challenge for us is to be able to quantify that type of, how much we're achieving from that standpoint. The PSRC is doing some regional studies to try to capture that, to see regionally how we're doing in that regard. But I think ultimately we may have to start doing something on our own part of either doing some bicycle counts or pedestrian counts, and then you kind of have to iteratively kind of identify how we're going, how it's because it's a behavioral change, right? So how it's really doing as the corridor kind of incrementally develops, and then once you get a pattern, then you kind of plan a more realistic plan for the future.
Okay, thank you much.
Okay, so move forward.
Moving on to land use and development patterns, and there's 2 pages relating to this. And a couple of the kind of highlights here I'd like to just point out is, continuing using the city's form-based code and continuing to review that and enhance that where necessary for design standards and so forth. And one thing that is kind of specific to here that came out was this strategy will foster cohesive in architecture and landscape design, so new development projects will complement the district's existing fabric by enhancing its mid-century character. The district itself has a fairly unique character, and this is saying, hey, let's try to keep that character and enhance it even when redevelopment occurs. Also, with the land use pattern, it's to promote kind of smaller blocks there with more vehicular potential connections. While you have 27th Street on the north side of 27th Street, there's no road that runs parallel with 27th Street, where on the south side of 27th Street you have 29th, or is it 31st? There's, I might get this wrong, sorry, but it's either 29th or 31st that runs parallel all the way from Grandview all the way to Bridgeport. Okay. And that gives you, similar to what we have here in the town center where you have Drexler running parallel to Bridgeport. So you have that on the south side, but you don't have that on the north side of 27th. And there might be ways in the future to help improve those smaller blocks and vehicular connections. And that's one of the recommendations out of this on the development patterns. On the second page of development, land use and development patterns, some of this is kind of the more general, promote infill projects on underutilized parcels. Consider improving pedestrian experience along the street. This just goes on with the overall feel of trying to promote pedestrian improvements up and down 27th. Promote the small coffee shops, mom and pop shops that draw interest and slow speeds along the street. The city can look at ground floor commercial uses by collaborating with the property owners and in trying to incorporate incentives into the zoning code to try to promote those storefronts up and down 27th. Okay. And I'd say one thing with the district that's unique with what we're talking about with kind of those street grids or connections is if you think about the way the regional growth center is for the 27th, the zoning, it's kind of a dumbbell effect. At each end, you have kind of this very large blocks at each end. That's at Bridgeport and 27th. It's very deep, larger parcels, and then down at Grandview Plaza, essentially, and across the street from there, there's very large mixed-use zoning. But in the middle, it really squeezes down, and sometimes it squeezes down to just one parcel deep. And that gets difficult for redevelopment. It gets difficult for some of the densities you might want to see there to help support the commercial growth. And so some of the recommendations, even in the next one on housing, looks at that as well, on ways to consider changing that and looking at it with an eye on the pedestrian and also an eye on vehicular movements through the corridor there.
Well, you also needed to ask a question.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go first there. And this is going to take a lot of work to incentivize redevelopment in that area. We all know that. So when you talk about incorporating incentives into the zoning code and offering additional incentives, not to go into detail, but just what would that look like?
Yeah, it's tough because our zoning is very, when the council adopted the form-based code, it changed the zoning along there that made a lot of uses possible. So it really gave incentives in that regard. Okay. There might be ways to look at heights. There might be ways to incentivize it by, this is where it dovetails with some of these other recommendations. Maybe you can incentivize it by if there's parking provided in other areas, then that particular parcel wouldn't need to provide parking, and that in and of itself can be an incentive for redevelopment.
Okay, good enough. Thank you. Councilmember McCluskey.
All right, thank you. I was thinking about what you were talking about with the dumbbell effect of it, and I understand the linear component of it, but in each of the businesses there is some depth because they're the lots, even though the businesses are closer to the street level, there are some properties and some businesses that do have the depth. And so this is a plan, that can last for years, right, with the evolution. But it seems like you're looking at some forward thinking or processes, as we had done with the necklace of trails, to acquire properties as we need it, as the businesses or the residents are so inclined to acquiesce or put their properties up for sale, so the city could purchase it. I'm not saying we should get into the land business, but to do a partnership with a potential, for example, there's a couple of vacant properties there currently right now. They've been vacant for quite a few years, and maybe approaching that property owner and see if we can have some sort of city easement in there in order to encourage this, if this gets voted in by the council as a strategic plan, to incrementally acquire those, parcel, section, or several parcels at a time. So I do like the idea, because if you have that depth, then you could create the plaza vision that I had seen in this plan as well, and also could create a synergy and also a sense of place and happening, so that outside of the 27 corridor, there's a respite inside there for other businesses such as restaurants, so they can have a plaza, outside seating area, or different sort of events going on there. So I think that's a very strategic component of the land use and development piece. The other one is, I like that the consultants gravitated on the historical aspect of 27th Street. That's the original business district, and it has a lot of really nice mid-century style businesses along there. You know, it's pretty eclectic as well. And even in some of the eclectic businesses that are not quite mid-century modern, they do have unique characters to them that could be enhanced. And two of the businesses that I have seen redevelop the site have gravitated to that unique design of that building and created something beautiful out of it. And so to piggytail on the organic nature of the marketing that's happening for the businesses that are developed on that line, I think would be beneficial and would create a regional unique place for people to come and visit, because we'll have a different feel, a different flavor, and a different sort of experiences that the people that will come to enjoy 27th Street, whether it's our residents or from outside of the city to come in and enjoy for economic development. Thank you. Good.
Okay. Moving on to housing. In housing, some of these goals, once again, kind of tie into the land use and development pattern as well. And with housing, we do have one more page with one more recommendation on it, so I'll kind of go over these. And these housing recommendations tie a little bit into what you may have remembered from the city's comprehensive plan on trying to provide, housing options for various income levels and different housing options that can scale down to a missing middle type of housing to something larger, so you can give different options for people to live at in the area. It also, one of the recommendations here is to also consider, the council wants to consider an MFTE program, the multifamily tax exemption program, to leverage market rate multifamily development potentially in the area. Mm-hmm. This is something that the council has used, fairly strategically, but we don't have it in that area currently. And if a development comes along that may want to consider that for this district, this council has leveraged that to the tune of about, I think it's about $180 million of private investment coming into the city by leveraging that tool.
Mr. Brisky, we have a Councilmember Fleming with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kevin, when you say we haven't leveraged that, I thought we had leveraged that when we did the old Apple development site. So is that incorrect?
The old Red Apple site, 27th and Grandview? Yes, no, that has not been used on that site. The proposal...
I thought council had approved a tax exemption for multifamily development, though, on that site.
Not at 27th and Grandview, no. At 27th and Morrison, yes, and that is for the old Willow Tree Garden site. That site is across the street from where this district starts, so that technically is in the northeast business district by the map. But 27th and Grandview, the Grandview Senior Living Project that is proposed down there, it's an affordable project for senior. They have not requested a multifamily tax exemption. However, they have many other federal tax exemptions they achieve that I don't fully understand, so they are able to finance that project in different ways without needing that. Now, there might be future developments up and down there that might approach the city in the future for that.
Okay. I did like Councilmember McCluskey's ideas of creating these little niche areas within the 27th district to promote either businesses or maybe middle housing or some opportunities like that. I'm not so sure about more multifamily housing. We've had a lot of pushback in the community for what we've already done, although we needed to do that to meet other goals and requirements that we have. Maybe thinking about these other opportunities might be more apropos at this point as we look at developing that.
And one of, I'll go back to this recommendation, the second one on this, explore expanding housing typologies in the neighborhoods surrounding the district, especially assessing opportunity for middle housing and townhome typologies north and south of the district. This goes back to that whole dumbbell effect, and you go right from a higher density allowance to straight to our lowest density allowance, and there might be some opportunities there to go a couple of blocks each direction and allow some more gentle density, I guess you might say, in some townhome type of development where it's not the same zoning that's right on 27th, but it's a slight increase. And that coincides with one of the recommendations out of the Housing Action Toolkit, which was consider looking at an R3 zone within the city in different locations. And this is one of the areas I think that could be for further consideration would be just on the outskirts or just bordering the mixed use zone on 27th, maybe a block or two each direction and going down.
But Kevin, if we did that, which I like that idea, but if we did that, could we not design it as such so there's a gentle tie-in to that 27th district, whether it's through access of parkways or whatever creative ideas we have with walkability in that area. But I think it would make sense to expand beyond just the street area and then look at ways to tie it all together so that you don't have housing over here and it's separate from what we're trying to do in the 27th district. But just be a little creative about that. But I do like that idea.
Yes, no, I would definitely agree with that. You want it to kind of tie in and not go 100%. From something larger scale to something very small scale right next door, and trying to make it more cohesive as possible.
We have a council member, Grassi, that would like to comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Kevin, on under housing recommended support completion of Grandview Senior Living projects. Also, is this just assume that you're still supporting the work with Dobler mixed use group as well, at that property as well? That's a separate entity that we would be hopefully working with to...
It could be, that could be something that if you wanted to get more specific on this recommendation, it does say Grandview Senior Living, which is not the Dobler project, but
Correct.
It's kind of on the same. We kind of look at it one and the same and interchange the term. We kind of call the whole area Grandview Plaza. So that might be something that if you wanted to look at it more of support of the whole redevelopment of that, the terminology here might
in my mind,
to be called Grandview Plaza, support redevelopment of Grandview Plaza.
Yeah, it doesn't speak to specifically that Dobler project in my mind when I read it, because I feel like, at least in what I'm visioning from what, the conversations I've heard, that there'd be more, mixed use. It's not just strictly senior living on that project, that we could have some more different enhancements where the senior living project is a little bit more cookie cutter in their style, not as much room for us to play with those aesthetics. Am I correct in thinking that? We might have some more creative options where it comes to that other piece.
You are correct in saying that, and I think it would be if they're with council direction, it might. I would agree that it might be better to read support the completion of the Grandview Plaza project, including the Grandview Senior Housing. I read these sometimes so quickly. When I first read this, I think of the whole site, but. Yeah. Terminology, we could easily change that.
Okay. Thank you.
Good.
Move on to placemaking.
Yep.
So, sorry, just going to make a note here. Placemaking is kind of the fun stuff, I think, when it comes to redevelopment in the area. And it's a lot of these talk about public art and also pathways to parks and open spaces and access to the amenities in the area. Enhance trees and landscaping to increase green space within the district, finding opportunities to utilize planters and planting medians, which is one of the one of the ideas Councilmember McCluskey brought up earlier. And so this just is looking at ways to create more options for people to, even from a small scale little plaza to more pedestrian safety, to the planters in the median, more greenery where appropriate, and installation of public art where we can find locations. There's already one, if everybody's seen the one public art that is out there in front of the old bird feeder building. There's a very unique little statue out there that I think if you haven't seen it, it's worth going by and stopping. They have a little plaque associated with it as well. And it's been there forever.
Yeah.
And moving on, there's 4 more recommendations under placemaking. And to highlight on one of these, create gateways related to the identity of the district and integrate wayfinding signage. So we've already started some of this. We've installed at least one of the 27th Street Business District signs has been installed. We have a second one on its way, but this would just help not only solidify that, but there's other opportunities for wayfinding and placemaking type of signs up and down the district. The city's already adopted a different street light for 27th Street, which is the downward facing street light, and we've got the small banners on those. Those are just kind of place-making ways to provide a unique identity to 27th Street, and this helps encourage looking at many other opportunities that we can find for that. Is there any questions on the place-making recommendations?
Excuse me. I'm going to make it easier for myself and everybody else. If you see a hand up, just address them, and you guys can go, because it's really hard to see everybody. I'm paying attention as much. So, Councilmember Grassi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just because, I love the placemaking focus area. I wonder if this is a place where we can think about creating an extension of whatever may be our focus at Town Center Market Square for the season. We have a very winter Christmas focus here. We have, I love seeing the new banners out there for our 30-year celebration. Those were added. Those were really great. I see this as possibly the 27th could be, an extension of what also is being celebrated, proclaimed, whatever we want to do at Market Square, another piece of that to be an extension at 27th Street. Maybe that's highlighting student features during, graduation time, maybe. But so it feels like, a slight connection, but there is some continuity. When you go through the city, you see that we are still telling, one story, whether it be an eclectic way to celebrate our 30 years down there, but it's connected. Does that make sense? And I'm just wondering if there's a way to include that. And so we don't have, I love as Councilmember McCluskey said, the original business district. I love having their own flavor and that eclectic vibe, but I also feel like the whole community should feel connected, and it should tell somewhat of a story, so it doesn't feel choppy, so you don't feel like I'm here and here and here and here. Does that make sense? I don't know how that can be achieved, but just thought that might be an opportunity now to think that through.
I'm just going to comment, because in placemaking, there's a lot of references to art and culture to create that sense of place. And in all the redevelopment projects that I had seen, Bethesda, one of them, every few steps you go, there's an art piece or something culturally designed, whether it's in the uniqueness of the business frontage, the plaza that you're walking on, the way they set up the chairs and how they artistically have made those arrangements. So there's different ways of looking at art and incorporating it into it. So I am really encouraged that art and cultural appeal is going to be a strong component of placemaking, because I think that will create a really strong grounding for our identity there to, brand that area that we're looking forward to, rebranding and creating additional synergy along that corridor. And, also excited about, the Adriana Hess and that extension with the new complex that's going up on 27th Street. I think that's also strategic in the component of down towards the waterfront with 27th Street. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mayor.
Gracie?
Sorry, thank
Back
you.
over here this side. Ping pong.
One more question. I'm just thinking about that, the child care center that's coming at the start of it, coming in at the 27th. That's the start of the district, correct? I mean, that's 100 and when I look at that plan, that's 140 children. Is that correct? That they are going to have capacity for?
There is a permit in for the old Bartell space for childcare, and it was, I think it's 180.
180. Okay. So when I'm thinking of this, the start, we're going to have. I mean, that is a significant amount of children, families, right at the start of this district that we haven't had. Do you know if they're enhancing that at all, that facility exteriorly, how that's going to look? Because, to have that as the entrance to this, as you say, the start of the barbell, is a large consideration, I think, to families and to people that are going to be bringing those kiddos there. And as far as the rest of the community, when we think about placemaking spaces, you're picking those kids up, those are working families. Are there places that they can then travel down the corridor easily to get those children out and play? If that's going to be 180 kids, that's quite a few. That's like adding a primary school there. So I just want us to kind of be thoughtful in our minds as, that's when we're thinking about placemaking, art, the child's play, that's really going to be a focus. I don't know if any considerations thought.
No, they are. I mean, they're meeting they have their obligations they have to meet for play areas and so forth. They are not proposing, because it's going into an existing building and just doing interior tenant improvement. So they're not doing a lot of facade or any changes there. But it is, I would say, the start of something with the amount of kids there that can help guide us in the future for even not only private investment down the line, but also potential public connections to parks and things. Not only Adriana Hess, but down at the other end, that can help guide the city and things that we're looking for grants, opportunities for those sort of connections.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
I do have a couple of slides of just kind of what some of the placemaking ideas. You might remember these pictures were in the plan, and they were shown just providing different gathering spaces, the public art options, potential for look at potential for on-street or street dining, getting some outside seating areas potentially for some different restaurants there. The Festival Street that was talked about, it's also in the transportation. There was, if you remember, there was a map, and this goes into some of that placemaking in public gathering spaces. There was some look at like 3 potential streets that could be a change to a festival type of street. Some of the things we heard from the community out there was, hey, can we get a farmer's market down here? Hey, can we get some sort of event type space like here in Town Center? And so there was a look at that, and maybe some options down the line to further dive into what street might be able to set up nicely for a festival street that could be closed off during certain times for events. And then these showed some options for potential medians or street improvements for additional landscaping.
We have a question. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. It's more of a comment than anything, but hearing the discussion before about the 180 kiddos on one end and the dumbbell, and then you have the senior living at the other, it really seems to me like there's a great opportunity here in whatever placemaking we do to create a multi-generational space or spaces that go up and down the corridor where grandparents can play with their grandkids and do things like that I think would just really bond the community in a way that might not be available right now. Okay. Thank you.
We have 2 more on the list. economic development and transportation, which the transportation then will tie into Jack and Jordan have some slides regarding traffic. But economic development has 2 slides here, and some of this is it's broad and general, like we've seen on some, but it's also just trying to solidify, like, hey, we don't have a lot of economic development tools at our disposal. I wish we had more, but in this state in general, we don't have a lot of economic development. But it's always just trying to emphasize, wherever we can, either through zoning or public investment, let's look for ways that we can incentivize or leverage as many tools as we can to promote economic development in the district. One of the actions I did want to highlight here, one of the recommended actions is the creation of a community business association. This just helps solidify. We've tried a little bit with fits and starts over the years. For the last 25 years, we've had a 27th Street Business Association briefly that the city's worked on. Becky Metcalf and Marisa Craig. It'll start up, it'll go for a while, and then it kind of fizzles out, and then it starts up. In this plan, by getting the advisory group together with a lot of the businesses in that, we feel there's some seeds out there to maybe try to help revive that again and hopefully get a business association up and down for the 27th Street Business District. This also has a recommendation to look at maybe a facade or storefront improvement program. Some of this was talked about at the council, kind of a Main Street design at the council retreat, and there was a little bit of money put aside for the city to potentially partner with property owners and business owners to help with design or facade improvements that might help encourage the look and feel that the city would like to see up and down up there. And we also, there's a very large, the religious facility there, UP Presbyterian Church is a very large organization. Families Unlimited Network is located out of there, and this just helps encourage the city to work with them as they're a large player up and down 27th Street for mission-driven housing or working with disadvantaged populations near the area.
I'm good.
Jack, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just
Okay, after that, we'll have Councilmember Worthington with a comment.
One thing I just want to add is, we can't stress enough how important it is to try to foster and develop that business association district, not only with respect to economic development, but also with placemaking. Anytime you go to any of these, and I'm sure you guys have, with AWC, you'll go to some of these similar kind of things, and we've been to them. Anytime you have a successful area that has done that kind of placemaking and the branding, and whether it's the great public art or great events or great just atmosphere, it always has that strong local, business district or business association that's also working in partnership with the city. So it's one of those things that I can't underscore how important that is. It's not just an economic development; it really is in the whole aspect of this plan. That's a key element.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Worthington.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Kevin, then just wanted to comment a little bit more on the potential for a designer facade improvement program. Certainly for the Main Street program, as you know, it's one of the key tenets or elements that they work with, and it's productive. And I think for many business people, if we can help them as they're thinking about making a new investment in the community, and they want to get a sense of what's the right color, what's the right design treatment, that little technical bit of wisdom or having the color palette in hand at the front end of that makes it a much easier process for everyone. It may not be as specific as as paying for the design for individual businesses, though it could be, but it may be more of having some of the elements that you want to bring out some of the character, as we were talking about it earlier tonight, of the district, and having a sense of how one of those, if it's a particular window treatment or whatever it is, that we can give folks some encouragement or some knowledge to help them with that. So anyhow, I think that's often a reasonable investment from a public side, and we can build rewards. And then if we can get the business district and the right someone there with a certain spark, that could be a tool for them to work with as well. So thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
I should turn this over to Jack since it says transportation, but I think I'll keep going. So on the last of the 7 out of the recommended actions, we have 2 pages on transportation and ways to help enhance transportation. And we've touched on many of those through early, so I might repeat myself on a few of these. And some of these are the same things we've been talking about on trying to improve multimodal transportation in the area, environmentally friendly street escapes that we can help with not only helps with climate, but helps provide with traffic safety and so forth. This also touches on kind of that street grid and that connection that we talked about earlier throughout that area to help improve vehicular, pedestrian, and bike amenities as much as possible.
Mr. Brewski, before you continue, Councilmember Fleming, comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kevin, while I endorse all those recommendations you just put up, the question that I got in the back of my head is, do you have any idea how much more it increases the cost of a developer to develop to that standard? In other words, there's certain development standards that most developers can make, but when we impose another layer like the ones you just recommended, does it keep it within the reach of developers to do that, or does that start to put it out of reach?
Councilmember, you're talking about like maybe architectural or facade type improvements, like is it brick versus something cheaper?
No, if you put up that last slide that you had, those are the things I was referring to.
The first transportation slide here?
Whatever that last slide was about the transportation improvements and what have you. I would presume that developers in that area are going to contribute something, or we're going to get grants or whatever. But does it keep it within reach of reaching that dream, or are the ideas that we are putting forward start to put it out of reach?
Council, remember, this is conversations we have with developers, if not daily, weekly, monthly, regarding not just transportation requirements, but building code requirements. If I hear another developer complain to me about energy code, I don't, which I have zero control over. I don't know what to go there, but I think it's a balance. I mean, I really do. I think you have to find a balance, because you do need the pedestrian and street improvements that are warranted for the scope and scale of the project. The projects do also pay into both the traffic impact fee that we have and potentially a park impact fee if they have residential, to help the city mitigate for traffic and park concerns. But you can go, I think we've done pretty good over the years of finding that balance with developers, whereas you might in some other, you might have heard this in AWC or some other jurisdictions where if they go too far, then nothing happens. So there is a balance that needs to occur. And then,
yeah, I mean, as council members, I mean, we always want the Rolls Royce for our communities. because our heart and soul is always providing for the best that we can, but sometimes in those decisions that we make, we don't think about that second and third order consequences, if you will, or the effects. And I'm just wondering, since we're going to be deliberating this and voting on it, is it a reasonable idea, or is it something that needs to just be scaled back a hair? And I don't know the answer. I'm just kind of turning to the experts here at the table to help guide us through that conversation.
Yeah, and Councilmember Fleming, a lot of these things too that are proposed here, like the whether it's the multimodal facilities or in particular like the environmental friendly street treatments, there are some trade-offs in both those, whether it's with traffic, kind of addressing what Mayor Pro Tem Wood had mentioned about the kind of holistic look at are we generating only auto traffic, or are we doing things that encourage the transit and the pedestrian and the non-motorized, which then can help offset other motorized requirements, which could reduce, parking infrastructure for properties if we're doing, if they're doing it right. From the environmental friendly, there are trade-offs, which it may take, depending on what it is, it could have some more space constraints, but also if they're doing environmental friendly treatments for the street treatments, that also greatly reduce their stormwater impacts of things they have to mitigate for, and so there is an offset to the hard costs of a development to be able to do some of the environmental friendly things that then could reduce their stormwater detention or treatment requirements. So there are some trade-offs, but like Kevin said, there's also we have to take in the kind of the big picture into consideration as well.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
And I think that this, while the council would be considering a resolution on this plan, going back to what was kind of mentioned before, that doesn't necessarily mean this is code or this is law. This is just something that down the line might come back for future consideration, to where you might designate the planning commission or the parks or whoever to do a deeper dive into it and further evaluate those considerations. And also this has, some of these recommended actions here, maybe it's something that then all of a sudden there might be a city grant opportunity that the city can go and pursue, that then can help offset some of potential costs on a developer if the city can find some money to do some of the improvement. So that was the last page on transportation, and if there's no more questions on these, I will go to the next slide and briefly touch on utilities, and then turn it over to Jordan and Jack, who have information on traffic volumes and counts on 27th.
I don't see any. Go ahead.
I don't see utilities.
I was this close. Let it go.
Did I miss somebody over here?
Mayor, if I could, please.
Yes.
It's really been on my mind based upon Councilmember Fleming's inquiry about developers and the expectation of how it might impact costs, just trying to simplify it. And I'm struck about the expectation that University Place, City of University Place has rightly set, that when it comes to development, we are really looking at our recent projects. We're looking at the expectation of a step up, if you will, in quality. I mean, we've just been really clear about setting that tone and ensuring that that's the city of destination framework that we have been very intentional about. It doesn't mean, as Kevin alluded to, that we've got a specific code here that we are beholding to, but we absolutely have set clearly what we want City of University Place to represent, and developers that are looking at those considerations as they think about the City of University Place, I believe they're aware. And so I just want to make sure that isn't something that we pull back from.
based upon what we have not only just been successful in creating, but also what we have set in terms of tones of what development ought to look like as we go forward with City University Place. So just food for thought. I want to make sure that was part of at least our framework of thinking as we are considering what we might do next and what we might do forward.
Thank you.
That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay.
Utilities and traffic. Just on utilities, I think Mayor Pro Tem Wood, I think, had a question at the last study session just in general on utilities. Is there utility capacity in the area, for water, sewer, power, gas? And there is. The utilities, they have long-range plans themselves, and power and water have capacity, and Puget Sound Energy is in the area. And when it comes to sewer, they're working on their unified sewer plan. They're working on their 20-year unified sewer plan. We met with them either in the fall or late fall, early winter, and we meet with them also when we do zoning updates. So they do capacity analysis and look at the current zoning and potential capacity. And they do have capacity in the area, and they're looking at their long-range plan as well. With the one caveat, I'd say they have an interlocal agreement they're slowly working through with Tacoma that is currently affecting the area. Now, this interlocal agreement has really nothing to do with pipe sizes or that sort of capacity. It's a paperwork exercise that they're working through. But in overall capacity, they've got a long-range plan to provide the capacity for the amount of projected growth, not only in the 27th, but they look at it citywide. And I'll turn it over if there's any questions on utilities. If not, I'll turn it over to Jack on traffic. Jack.
Yeah. So real quick I'll just say a couple things to set this up and then hand it over to Jordan. I'll probably want to. So a couple things just in context of traffic on around the city and in 27th Street in particular. One thing we have been seeing in recent years is after the pandemic, there was a significant shift in travel patterns. We've seen a more significant use of whether it's flex schedules for people working at home, and for whatever reason, it was a dramatic change in many of our streets of traffic patterns. And 27th is one of the most significant of these, where, and Jordan will show you what the volumes are, but our volumes in 27th have, over the past, from where we were 10 years ago, are not only haven't grown, but are significantly less than what we were 10 years ago, which does help in the context of where we could be in 20 years from now. But it may look like on face value, it seems like a big drop, but that is really because of this just overall change in traffic patterns, and it's something not unique to University Place. We're seeing that region-wide. Another thing that Jordan took into consideration of his analysis is in the report, they presented kind of a low level of growth in the next 20 years. They have a medium, which they think is the most realistic level of growth, and the high-end level of growth. And just to put in context, I do kind of feel, although 20 years feels like a long ways out there, right? But from when you're doing something really from a zoning and trying to affect redevelopment on a zoning level, it is not very long at all. And to put it in context, we've been trying through zoning and also through our physical efforts to do a similar rezoning and redevelopment of the town center, the Bridgeport corridor, right? And we've been doing that for over 25 years. And even with the significant amount of growth that we've seen, and mostly in our area right here that we've been a big driver of, we haven't, in the last 25 years, gotten close to achieving the numbers that are in the document for the most likely growth scenario in 20 years. So I think that is, it's a very conservative way to look. I think most likely in 20 years, it would be it's the type of growth we wouldn't have seen, and I think it unlikely to actually get to that level within 20 years. But it's just to put in context, we are trying to be conservative by using that. What they claim is the most likely, I think it's still optimistic for that amount of growth. But with that, I'll turn it over to Jordan to kind of go through what numbers he's found.
All right. Thank you, Jack. Good evening, Council. Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity here to give you guys some traffic projections and the impact of those projections. So it's going to be a lot of numbers being thrown at you. Just try to hang with me here. So like Jack said, in 2015, we used our time mark traffic collection data. And these are physical numbers that the UP engineering team collected in 2015. And again, this is an average daily traffic, AADT. So it's a daily traffic volumes, and we've got it broken down from Bridgeport to 67th, so it's that area between Morrison and Bridgeport, and then also from Bridgeport to Grandview, so the two sections there. We did collect recently some 2025 data, and this is using the same software that we used previously. So as Jack said, the volumes are quite a bit lower, at least on the Bridgeport to 67th section of the corridor. Bridgeport to Sunset stayed pretty consistent. So, as Jack said, the consultant provided a projection, a population estimate for 2045, and that value is located at the bottom. It's 3,388. It's, again, just a projected population for that corridor. The current population was also provided, and that is the 1301 number. So you can see the population growth that they projected. Now, we use the Institute of Transportation Engineers trips per resident model, and that is what they project, that one of these people will travel the corridor each day, and that value was 2.28 trips per resident. So using that value and the projected growth, I was able to calculate a growth rate for the traffic volume. So that's how that 2035 data was collected. So that growth rate ended up being about 1.5%, which, as Jack said, is consistent with what we see on.
Right. Excuse me. Thank you, George, if I can jump in there. But yeah, so historically, this county grows at 1% per year. We've grown at a little less than that until the start of this past decade, in which we've slightly exceeded the 1%. So 1.5% for the next 10 years, yeah, that is pretty aggressive and probably not the future I see. So, okay, yeah.
Sure, yeah, and that makes sense, and that's
I'll just say, yeah, you were right. Like citywide, they think that where we have the mixed-use zones, it might grow at a higher percent than the overall citywide, but it is still, I would agree, it's aggressive on the higher end of possibilities.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's okay. So yeah, that 1.5% was projected over that 10-year period to collect these 2035 traffic volume. Again, it's the daily traffic.
And actually, the 1.5%, that's the traffic growth rate.
Yes, projected traffic growth.
Projected traffic growth, which isn't necessarily one-to-one to population growth. It's important to note that and the roadway sections are similar between these two. You obviously have a little bit busier roadway section currently between, or not currently, but previously between Bridgeport and 67th. And in 2015, it was operating pretty well at about 19,000 vehicle trips per day. And so even with this estimate that they had in their plan, the traffic volumes along 27th will not quite reach by 2035 that estimate from 2015, although it gets close to it by 2045. It's still a little bit less than that, but it's just for context. So it's the volumes we expect even under this scenario, which is fairly, I think, aggressive, is still not reaching our 2025 traffic volumes of 27th between Bridgeport and 67th.
Yeah, so then using, as Jack said, that growth rate, so the average daily traffic volume it is good to have the physical data. And then what we use to determine the level of service of the corridor is shown here. So this is the 27th Street corridor that Kevin's mentioning. It's from Morrison and 27th to Grandview and 27th. And this data here was collected by a traffic consultant, PH Consultants, in 2024. So you'll see the various signalized intersections that we have. And they show each movement volume for a peak hour. And a peak hour volume is any 15-minute period within an hour tabulated over that hour.
What is our peak hour?
It's anywhere from, depending on the area, it's about 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., somewhere within that.
27th is heavily, at least the portion of 27th between Bridgeport and Grandview is heavily influenced by the school, so it is generally the peak hour of that is closer to 4. Conversely, this on the other side of Bridgeport, it is more heavily influenced by the commute traffic, so it's closer to 5.
So again, this is the 2024 data from PH Consultants, and you'll see kind of a letter associated with each signalized intersection, and that's the level of service function of that intersection. A being it's functioning at the best it can. It goes alphabetically A, B, C, D, E, F, F being the worst. So you'll see our current status of our intersections. A for Grandview and 27th. The Sunset one, they didn't really model as a traffic signal because it is a pedestrian one at the moment. The Bridgeport 27th is currently operating at a level of service C, and that's kind of where the signalized intersections end.
And then do you want to tell them what does that mean in level of service, with the delay per, it's typically in delay per, average delay per vehicle. Do you want to tell them that a little bit?
Yeah, so for reference, Grandview and 27th, level of service A, you will theoretically wait for less than 10 seconds at that signal, is what it means. Conversely, Bridgeport is operating at a C, so you could wait anywhere from 20 to 35 seconds before you get through that intersection. That's kind of how they rate these.
And that's the average during that time period. And an F, just for comparison, an F is anything over an average delay of 80 seconds at a signalized intersection.
So then I use that 1.5% traffic rate or traffic growth rate, and I projected that out on all of these movements because they do operate these intersections per movement. So you can fail one movement and essentially fail the intersection. So that 1.5% applied over the 20-year time frame, and you'll see that Grandview and 27th downgraded to a level of service B. Sunset and 27th didn't change because they didn't model it, like I said. And Bridgeport and 27th operates now at a level of service D, so it did downgrade as well. But those were the rates projected for 2045 with the moderate value that we were given.
And also just for what our adopted level of service. So Growth Management Act gives us the latitude to adopt a level of service that is usual and customary to what the surrounding neighborhood areas are. Some of our neighbors are a little more liberal at that than we are, and some of that just nature of what traffic they have. So some of our neighbors will adopt actually a certain level of F to be their adopted level of service, but like of 100 seconds or something like that. Traditionally, and what's usually conventional around the region is the level of service D is the appropriate level of service. We also do have, and this is a concept that we've had in our comp plan for quite a while, in what you call a quality service corridor, and that's a corridor that has both the non-motorized and the transit improvements and well established, which 27th would apply. You could even go to level service E under our current zoning level service adoption.
Councilmember Worthington.
Thank you. Appreciate that. This is all fascinating and interesting, at least to me. So the question I had is, in our TI, Transportation Improvement Plan, do we have any, for the next 20 years for this horizon, do we have any intersection capacity improvements in the TIP today?
So in this corridor, we do have planned in the next 20 years some improvements to 27th and Bridgeport. Mm-hmm. We had contemplated that we may have to convert one of the, right now we have going eastbound, a single lane through and a single lane to the right. We have built in a transition lane on the other side of the intersection that we could convert that to 2 through lanes that would then have to merge that could help mitigate that. Right now, I don't think you built that into the model. Or
that was the next question, and yeah.
No. Yeah, so Jordan left this as is, assuming no mitigation. Now, one thing with this, this is just assuming a uniform growth rate. Mm-hmm. It is possible, of course, that you could have a let's say there's a substantial redevelopment at closer to one end or the other, which could have a disproportionate change to this. But then ultimately, whatever gets developed, through in the future still has to meet the SEPA requirements, and there could be additional traffic mitigation, project specific required. But this is a uniform kind of application.
Yeah, with that projected growth. Great, thank you.
Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jack, this topic is near and dear to my heart. When you talk about neighboring communities that consider service level D as their gold standard, I can't help them and I can't fix them, but I think most people understand the frustration of an intersection with the service level D. So my couple of questions are this. One is, do we as a city, have we adopted an acceptable service level in these intersections, number one? And number two is, just because other cities strive for something worse for their communities, can we not strive for something better and look at service levels B or C for our communities, so we move traffic and not slow or hinder traffic in those busy intersections?
So, yes, good questions. We have our adopted level citywide is level service D. And then we do have that ability to do quality service corridors to go to an E even with the recognition of, that's not the right word, but recognizing that some in certain areas where you have the non-motorized and the transit and so forth, it is a little bit advantageous to have a little bit slower area and with that quality service corridor. However, that in the projection doesn't show that. But anyway, so our adopted is a D/E, I guess. Now, do we have the ability to go to something less? Technically, yes, but it also would technically be against the intent of the Growth Management Act. By adopting and conventionally a level service D is what is identified as an acceptable level, from a Growth Management Act perspective, and anything kind of below that could get us in trouble with imposing requirements less than that. Although certainly it is, we understand, the frustration when we have residents that are used to driving level service A or B, and you do get that extra delay. It does feel, traffic increases, but that's part of kind of the trade-off of the Growth Management Act.
Yeah, I think oftentimes when we're thinking about protecting our environment, keeping traffic moving and having less emissions would be more in our interest versus slowing traffic and having it sit, creating more emissions there. But do we ever take all that into consideration when we're looking at moving traffic?
Yeah, certainly emissions are always a factor, of how when you're looking at your environmental considerations. but it kind of goes to a little bit of what we can, it's, I don't know if it's a good way to, I almost look at it kind of similar to like frontage improvements. We can require a certain amount of sidewalks or this and that, but it still has to be proportionate and relatable to the development itself. And the standard that the Growth Management Act is setting for us is kind of, as from a traffic improvement standpoint, the level of service we can kind of set to is that D. Anything short of that is kind of overstepping our authority under growth management. Kind of the balance on that.
So what you're saying in so many words, the city doesn't have the authority to go below or go higher. I don't know what's higher or lower here, but at least to go from a D to a C or B, we just don't have that authority. Is that right?
Yes and no. I think the state both gives you the authority and then tells you can't really do it. So we kind of have it, but we kind of don't. I know that's not the most satisfying answer, but.
Well, I appreciate it. I think we're just all trying to get educated as what we can and can't do as we want to continue improving the quality of life in our community. So if we're hindered or restricted from doing so, I guess there's not much we can do about it. But thank you for the response.
Councilmember Worthington.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow Councilmember Fleming's comments and just something else to keep in mind about level of service. And it is good to be aspirational in many things, and it does drive improvements and gets us all a little closer to perfection. The challenge in level of service is our adopted level becomes something that drives our budgeting for transportation improvements. And so if we choose to have a higher level, we start having to budget for road improvements associated with that level. That drives our capital planning budget for transportation, and then it also changes the impact fees. And so our impact fee rates might significantly increase. Likely, in my world, probably would. Maybe that's a good thing. But it's one of those pieces of the mathematics where if we tweak this one, it has a number of downstream consequences that we just want to have our eyes open to if that occurs. So at least that's my recollection.
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Grassi.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also want to say thank you to, this is the wisdom that I appreciate from Councilmember Worthington, as always, that you give us full scope. So thank you for that. Just one clarifying question, though, and when we're talking about projections, we did not include the Willow Tree project because that's not technically in the 27th Street Business District, correct? However, we do know that those units are going to significantly impact this area. Is that correct? Am I correct in assuming we didn't value that in?
So because it's a 20-year projection, the assumption is that growth is part of that 20-year growth.
Okay.
And so we didn't add them and then increase it because we consider it all part of whatever that growth could be in the next 20 years.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Are we? Yes. Oh, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my follow-up question, based upon Council Member Grassi's question, it's factored in there, but there's no way at this point we can identify, truly what that impact. We just presume that we put enough elasticity, if you will, in our projection to cover what we anticipate that impact to be. But there's nothing that we can, there's nothing that we can identify at this point to sort of give us more insight as to what that traffic impact is going to be. Therefore, the level of service, D, continues to sort of justify itself. I mean, I'm just trying to, as Councilmember Fleming alluded to, just trying to make sure that we fully get the education opportunity in this dialogue.
Yeah, so we do have from the localized right analysis. So the Willow Tree Garden, for their project, they've done a traffic impact analysis, and they've demonstrated what their traffic impacts are today, and I think 5 years from now is what they project out. There's a certain projection, and so from their localized impacts are identified. But when we're looking at trying to project something out 20 years. We're just looking at the cumulative growth rate of everything going on in the area.
Okay.
And so that's why it is in there kind of, but it's just it's not, we haven't added it and then grown it, if that makes sense.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Any more presentation?
No. Do you have anything else?
No, that was it for me.
That was it. Okay. So this, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I'll just conclude with it, at least from next steps. I'll throw my economic development, because I'm not a traffic engineer, so I equate every car that drives down 27th has a wallet in it. And I know the businesses would like to see more wallets and them driving a little slower up and down 27th. And so the overall, I was surprised just in not knowing as well just the overall numbers, how they've decreased a little bit over time, and then even over 20 years, they're not much over they were in 2015 for that segment. But anyway. Next steps, though, then would just be at a future council meeting, yet to be determined, I guess. We would, unless there's further questions on the plan, we would bring it back for consideration for a resolution.
Okay, so that's the direction. Is there any objection to them bringing the next steps to bring it forward for us to vote on the resolution? You have an objection? Oh,
No,
okay.
we do not have
So no objection. So we'll see you next time with a resolution to vote on.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you both, all of you three, I should say. Nice presentation, a lot of good points. I would have to say that we have a lot of study sessions to do to come up with some of those implementation points. So some of it would be done this year, and next year is going to be full of stuff like this. Okay, let's see. The next item is Council Rules of Procedure amendments, and we are behind the 8 ball by 20 minutes. Whatever we don't get done by 9 o'clock, we'll end up with a fourth study session, because we do have an executive session that we need to go to that's going to last for a while, and I just, unless the council here believes we should extend it into going 10 o'clock, I'm not a favor of, a big proponent of going into anything at 10 o'clock. I mean, nothing happens good at 10 o'clock at night, especially our general public who may be wanting to listen, and they have to sit here to 10. Right. So if we can do whatever we can until 9, if not, we'll continue and we'll go into executive session. So with that, we'll start with Mr. Matt Kaser, and he's our city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Matt Kaser, your city attorney. Mindful of the mayor's admonition, I will try and talk really, really fast. So that we, no, I'm not going to try and talk really fast because this is obviously important. Just to give council some brief recap in terms of how we got to where we're getting to right now in terms of council rules. This is council's third touch this go around on council rules. Typically, we touch these, once every couple of years. To give you just a sense of where we're at and where I would like to limit my remarks. Obviously, I can talk more, or council can talk more. This isn't a limiter. This is just simply as a focusing piece. When council had the January retreat, we identified 7 overall rules or candidates for rules or other code amendments to discuss. We narrowed that list down to 4. Those 4 being revisions to agendizing items, 2, elimination of the Finance Committee, 3, the adjournment of meetings, which is something that the mayor just touched on just a moment ago, and 4th on proclamations. Where I want to limit my remarks to tonight is on the last 2, with rule amendments on the end time of meetings as well as the proclamation portion of meetings. Included in your packet, at least on the agendizing portion, it's the very, very last page in your packet. We've talked a fair amount about a change in the what's currently known as the legislative proposal form and some changes to that. There is a revised markup on the very last page of your packet. Restyled has requests for council action. Among the comments that council had in the course of its discussion was, as a council member, we shouldn't be required to have financial impact or resources. When we want to talk about things, that's clearly a staff function. We should move that stuff around. Those changes have been made. So obviously, that's all I intend to talk about it tonight, unless council wants to talk about it, obviously. With respect to the two other rule changes that they talk about, the first on the adjournment piece, one of the discussion points that had been identified early on was that under our current rules, if you don't call for a point of order at 8:30, you don't, technically speaking, you don't get to extend. When we discussed that, we realized, well, maybe we should turn the at to an after. And then there was actually a point that was raised, which was, well, you discuss other things such as, extending the meeting or at other times depending on how the agenda is. So there's some housekeeping amendments which are set forth in the packet that clarify that. I believe what had been the intent of council's discussion in the course of that. And obviously I'm free to field questions in that regard. Where I really want to turn the attention to between now and 9 o'clock was on proclamations. When we came before the council last time, we didn't come up with rule changes to proclamations or anything like that. You had before, I believe it was 5, maybe 6 different samples of rules from other local jurisdictions in terms of how local jurisdictions handle proclamations. And there are a number of themes that became fairly evident in the course of this council's discussion. Among them, that council had expressed very strong desire to recognize outstanding events and activities within the community, and it wanted to create a clear pathway forward towards council doing that, and doing so in a timely manner, but yet also recognizing there are some things that we know on the front end that ought to be recognized, and then there's some contingencies that pop up later on that we can take as we generally fly. So one of the watchwords, and so the first time you do have a proposed rule, which is included in your packet, one of the watch terms I would kind of give council in a big picture overlay as we're discussing this is one of flexibility. Based on the council discussion in there. Your current rule, your current rule is largely rewritten. And when I say largely rewritten, it is / taken through it and additional language. But hopefully it is simple to understand and not overly prescriptive. The first thing that council had identified was you had identified, hey, there's a number of things that should be on our horizon, that should be on our radar, that we'd like to talk about. And among the comments that council had indicated, maybe those are the sort of things that we can identify at our retreat or some other point in time. So embedded within the language of the rule is that council may identify in advance. You'll notice that the proposed rule is phrased as a may, not a shall. So that way council retains that flexibility. One thing, just going through city history on other instances where we've identified a list of things at the beginning of the year, whether it's this or special events, is sometimes you do that for a couple years and then it drops. The idea is you still retain that flexibility, you still have that discussion, and the retreat is a natural home for that, but you don't necessarily have to do that. And it also allows the flexibility in the very next sentence of the rule that ladder identified requests are available for council. So that way, if something happens to be missed or somebody says, hey, what about this? We can identify that. The second part of the rule recognizes that there may be entities that make those requests, and that's actually one of the other ways that things sort of get on our horizon, is we'll get a request from outside here that says, hey, what about national or local such and such day? How did we want to field that? Included within there is language which I candidly admit that we swiped wholesale, I believe from Tacoma, and then maybe blended it with another jurisdiction, where there'd be an initial screening done and trying to get to yes on some of those at the earliest possible opportunity, and then if there were doubts about that or whether it had council consensus, that the mayor would bring it forward to the rest of the council and said, hey, we got this request. What say you, council? And similar to what the mayor did earlier this evening with respect to, call for action out of the events down in Texas. Third is that if approved, we did some slight rewrite, that it recognizes that has the default that it would be presented at a council meeting and read to an organizer. However, it's also not exclusive. Among the things that we had discussed was there may be other locations where a proclamation may be appropriate to be read, or if it's a council-generated proclamation, we might not necessarily have somebody to present it to. But it recognizes as a default that part of our traditional practice would still nonetheless remain. And then finally, there is some discussion about mayoral proclamations or some other slightly different type species of proclamations. And in the course of that discussion, council identified, at least what my takeaway was, sort of 3 different use cases on that. Council had recognized that particularly on the youth, a lot of the youth-related activities that would warrant that. And historically, we recognize outstanding athletic excellence from athletes over at Curtis, which might not necessarily be a full proclamation by the whole city council, but still merits a significant degree of recognition. So that's expressly called out for. Council had also identified businesses that hit certain milestones or certain longevity. And council had discussed the specific example of Trader Joe's hitting, I believe it was the 20-year anniversary. I'm testing my own knowledge here. The 20-year anniversary. That might not be a full council proclamation, but that also might be something in the mayoral type proclamation. And then there's a general catch-all in there too, for which notice is impractical. That language was specifically channeled from an instance which had been discussed where one of the local consulates had taken up residence here in town for a brief period of time. And it's like, well, we need to recognize them. We can't get the full council to do it. We should do something. So to recognize that. And then with an outlet in there, that the mayor, if the mayor does any of these proclamations, that would be promptly reported. So under council comments, the mayor would say, hey, I did the following proclamations, and council would have the full story there. With that, so I believe that captures the intent of council's rule. I'm going to stop, catch my breath for a second, and in the 17 minutes or so we have before 9 o'clock, I'll turn the meeting back over to council.
Well, just real quick, I'd like to make a couple comments. One is, it was a suggestion that this council can extend any of this that we've got going here to finish our thoughts here if they deem so necessary. That being said, I do believe you captured all of it really well. I do want to remind us all, which not to insult anyone here, but we can see how this feels, how it works, and in a year or two we can always say, well, this isn't working well and we can make changes. It's okay. But I don't think that anything we're doing here, because we made some critical changes here. We don't know exactly how that's going to feel at the end of the day or work for doing proclamations or recognitions. And I think that we just got to remember that we can, study this and figure this out if we need to make any changes or amendments to what we thought today. So that's my comments. Councilmember Worthington.
Thank you, Mayor. And I agree with you that I think this is a good set of work and that it is, in my view, ready for consideration. There was one thing that I wanted to get clear in my head, which is to run by this scenario to see how it fits in these rules, which would be, we have an outrageous sports team with our only high school here, and they have taken state championship for whatever in this theoretical scenario. Is there anything here that prevents that from happening in front of council so that such an event could be seen by relatives, friends in the world far and wide?
If that fabulous sports team happens to rock a state tournament and they want primetime airing on UPTV, both available on Comcast and other cable providers on YouTube and other media outlets in front of the 7 of you, there's nothing stopping the council from making such a presentation, and they get their primetime glory.
Wonderful.
In addition to the glory on the athletic fields.
All right.
Anybody else?
Councilmember.
Councilmember Fleming.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Matt, thank you for boiling that down, but rapidly cruising through it. I just wanted to get some points of clarification in my head, if I might, please. One is when you were talking about proclamations being reviewed in advance or discussed in advance at the council retreat, does that mean that if a council member wanted to bring forth a proclamation, would that have to be done at the retreat? Question one. Two, you talked about a screening process for proclamations. What is that process and who manages that process on screening process for proclamations? And three, you mentioned, if the mayor had a proclamation that he wanted or she wanted, they could simply just do it. But I didn't hear mention if a council member wanted to bring forth a proclamation. How does that process get integrated into getting it brought before council?
Overlapping portions of questions 1, 2, and 3. So if something was discussed at the retreat, if a council member said, hey, at the January retreat, October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, because October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Like for that to be there. And if council said, yeah, we want to go ahead and do that, you can. Let's say we forgot. Just for the sake of argument, we forgot. On the revised request for council action form, which historically had been the legislative proposal form, one of the things that we had identified on there, consistent with our other process, in addition to the legislation study, there's for proclamation or other recognition.
Okay.
To get that on there. So I think that hits on portions of your question, but that doesn't fully answer the question, which is, all right, so what does the screening mechanism look like? And the screening mechanism had ultimately been envisioned for an outside group on that had requested, under the language of the proposed rule, it'd be the mayor, the city manager, and the city clerk to make an initial determination whether it meets our intent. If it did, put it on the agenda. If there's any ambiguity, refer it to the full council for discussion.
Okay. Thank you.
And Councilmember Fleming, I think that's what we discussed in the last meeting. You weren't here, but I think that we said that if it doesn't feel like it meets it, we don't just throw it away. We bring it forth to the full council and just have a yay, nay, So, yeah, gets the first shake.
Okay, much appreciated. Thank you.
One other comment, Councilmember Worthington, on the high school thing. I did talk some time ago to the director of athletics. I forget her name. Yep, and she was, and she unsolicited brought up the factors. I was trying to work with her about certain things and presentations. Presentations about some of their upcoming events, and she brought up the event, the proclamations, or the event that happened here, and she quote unquote she says, I wish the city would have came to me to get our thoughts on how that could be done. It was uncomfortable in the sense that it was too many kids and too long, and a lot of them had to get home. And so I just want to give you that feedback. So whatever we do in that, they should be recognized. Maybe we should talk with the director with the school and say, we want to recognize them. What's a good way that will be good for everybody? That's all I'm saying, because we did not ask them. We just said we're going to do this, and they felt obligated. That was her comment.
Okay.
So whoever the mayor is next, I don't think it's going to happen this year around with me, is just keep that in consideration, and staff as well. Any other questions or concerns, comments?
I've got a comment.
Yes,
please.
sir.
Thank you for really centering the expectation of flexibility, because that's extremely important. I think that is the crux of what has been a challenge for me as I look at particularly processes that I want to ensure is respected and clear first to be respected. And then the expectation of reading about the expectation of the mayor and the manager and the city clerk making initial determinations in terms of just making sure that the request is suitable. I think to Councilmember Fleming's question about what that looked like, if you will, and then me inserting suitable to be sure that I am clear about what that means. Are you saying that the process that you detailed, is that what suitable is here, or am I?
No, that would be, that we choose to recognize or proclaim such and such month to be such and such event. Is that suitable? And part of the challenge with the rule, you can only go so far with a rule.
Right.
The next part is, what's the conversation amongst the 7 of you? Where is that collective sense of, hey, this is something that we think is suitable for proclamation, and this is not suitable. That's not something, that you could write without being overly prescriptive and taking over the rest of your rules.
Right.
And I think going back to the mayor's initial comments, that's a conversation, and part of this is you may have to test drive this, and it may take a couple iterations before we get there. Has rule and conversation, play catch up, or
I appreciate it, and that's sort of the point I was trying to underscore. But between the expectation of flexibility and then the and getting to the threshold of suitable, there very well may be some dialogue in there. I think what I wanted to make sure did not happen is in ensuring I'm balancing not being over prescriptive, as well as making sure that there is latitude to be clear that information does come to council before it is unintentionally dismissed. I want to be sure that between that flexibility and the expectation of getting to suitable, that the conversation is part of the process.
Right. And, one thing also just kind of bear in mind too, to just has an organizational wide check, if you're looking at it and zooming out big picture, we maintain look ahead agendas now through the end of the year. A number of council has access to it, a number of staff members have access to it. So that way, if there is something that should be there, if someone says, hey, November is ripe for this sort of proclamation, whatever it might be, it's not there. There's ample time on the look ahead for someone to say, hey, we need to take whatever corrective action we need to take to get this on there. So it's a shared conversation.
Shared responsibility too as well. So I think I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember Wood, but before you give him the platform here, is I'd like to take a little bit further, because one of the things that as I brought this up and I said it, I felt really uncomfortable with certain things that I didn't think it was appropriate, but again, who am I? It takes 7. Or even just me and Mayor Pro Tem and the manager. But I would take it one step further. Even if we were comfortable between the manager and me and the city clerk and Mayor Pro Tem, I would say they should pass it through the council and say we feel comfortable to bring this forth as a proclamation. Any objection? Just right there and then, because I may not, one of our council members or 2 may not agree, and that would be a concern, and I think that just starts not a healthy relationship on that. So I like to add that once a proclamation is going to be brought up, that it should be dropped in the council. I'm not sure, maybe during council comments, is there any objection, or maybe put it on there somehow or another. We'll find a way as far as the process to allow for that to happen. So to make sure that if we have an objection, of course, it's at least 4. That if there's 4 people saying yes, then that's how our policy usually is. But at least we know, and also gives us a little feedback, because somebody saying 3 are saying no, 1 or 2 are saying no. Maybe the next time anything that goes around this area, we should be more sensitive. Hopefully, we are respectful in that way. So those are my comments, and Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Wood, and then Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quick, I think if we just add pending proclamations to our agenda process, as council members see it, if they have an objection, they could raise it. That might address what you're talking about. But really what I wanted to say is that I'm content with where this is at. I think you did a really good job of capturing our discussion last time, and I'm ready to vote on this. And I just want to put that out there for the record. Thank you.
Councilmember McCluskey. Oh, excuse me. Councilmember Fleming.
It's okay, Mr. Mayor. I know we look similar, but But I wanted to echo what you said. I appreciate your comments. I think if we're thinking about being ready for prime time, then I would endorse that change to proclamations. What I would hate, since we make policy not based on personalities or anything, but we make it based on what's best for our process. And the idea that when you have 3 people reviewing a proclamation and thumbs up, thumbs down before council, a council member or council members or whoever is requesting it has a chance to weigh in, I think is a form of censorship. And I really don't like that idea. But I think your proposal of, reviewing it, initially, and then bringing it, ones that you say, yep, thumbs up, pretty straightforward, great. But if there's a question about a proclamation that someone has brought forward, bringing it to council, I think your idea also of under the council comments, especially under the mayor's comments, could certainly say, hey, I got this proclamation request, kind of, do we have a consensus for it or do we not? And then moving forward with it, I think is a good, clean process where you don't have to get wrapped around the axle of a formal process within the council. You can just slip it in there and discuss it. But I really appreciated your comment about, bring those things to council and then see how the rest feel about it. And then you can move forward from there.
Okay, thank you. And this process will happen with a individual council member through the proposal as well. It will go through the same process, the same vetting process. So if a council member puts together this application for a proclamation and gets a second signature, it will still go through the same process piece, the same vetting that we're talking about. And I'm not really, yes, okay, not really getting, no. All right, so let me reframe it. The council member puts on.
Just real quick.
I'm trying to understand.
No, it wasn't by you. It's just the time. Technically, do we have to extend it since we might be going into executive session and the timing was for that, or can we run over?
You can run over. You're eating into executive session time, but if you want to do it by the book, extend the discussion on this for an additional 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Okay.
So, point of order.
Yes.
I move we extend the session, extend this session by 5 minutes.
Second.
Any objection? None? No. Okay.
Okay, thank you. That's why I was getting that look. Okay. So I need to be clear on when a council member does the proclamation, they get the second signature, it has all the information in here, the background, the why, and blah, blah, blah. And then it goes into the vetting committee of the mayor, city clerk, city manager.
MPT.
And MPT. Don't want to forget him.
Yours.
Right. And then, so it gets vetted, and then whether it's a yay or a nay, it'll still go back to the council as a whole. And in your mayoral remarks, you will state the proclamation, blah, 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 the committee didn't approve, council approved, go along with it or not. That's what I'm understanding. It will be done in your mayor comments, not bringing into a study session.
Right.
So if there is any counter to that, I see that could be a problematic discussion on that piece at that time. You know what I'm saying? So will you tell the originator of the proclamation prior to the council meeting whether it's been approved or not, so that they are prepared when they come, if it's a council member, prepared to come to the council meeting with the understanding, if it's approved, there's not going to be any big deal. But if it's not approved and the council member has heartburn over it, is how, and it comes forward to the city council, and they're vetting now with the council as a whole, try to get the proclamation through. So that's where I see kind of a cog in the wheel piece to that.
Council, Matt, do you have any suggestions?
Yeah, I have a suggestion for that, which is, and you slipped one in there where you added MPT to the process from there, but we can
That's
take
what
care
I
of that.
thought.
You slipped that in there. So here's what I think it is you guys are going to be working together for an extended period of time where you say, hey, comment on the upcoming agenda. Councilmember McCluskey, you have a request for a proclamation on whatever the proclamation may be. We're going to talk about it on Monday. It either cleared or didn't clear an initial hurdle between myself, the mayor pro tem, the clerk, and the city manager. Be ready to discuss it at Monday's meeting.
Okay.
Hopefully you guys are having that discussion.
And that will be done in the mayor's comments.
Hopefully you would have had a tip-off of that before a council meeting. And then the discussion would the full discussion would be, during the mayor's comments, where the mayor would say, we received this proposal from Councilmember McCluskey to continue the example. And then you'd have fair shake to make whatever pitch.
Okay.
You might not need a full shake if it's said that this is a good idea. Or
That was a good idea, then.
But you'd still want the fair shake to say it's a really good idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there'll be time for
Hopefully.
a little offering of that. So it'll be interesting to see how that's out.
A year's going to go by real quick, and we'll see how it tastes. All right. If it doesn't taste good, we'll change it.
Okay.
Are we all good? Okay. Oh, Councilmember Worthington.
Thank you. So I had a couple of thoughts too, and I guess the remaining 60 seconds I'll try and cover them. One of them is 90% of these are feel-good issues that have very little to do in the grand scheme of the world, but they are feel-good items. And so someone says, we want to proclaim National or UP Peanut Butter Month, and we get to decide if we get to say yay or nay to that. Okay. I just don't know that needs to be, am I hearing that's going to be in a council meeting or at the agenda setting meeting?
That would clear an initial threshold at an agenda setting meeting, and then the mayor would say, we received a proclamation request for UP Peanut Butter Month. You guys good with this?
Yeah, and sorry, so that takes place at?
That would take place during council comments, and that would probably, what I just outlined for you, hopefully in that example would be the discussion. Yeah. But you're right, that might not cover the other 10%.
Yeah. Yeah, and right. So some of those might happen quickly, but I really don't know that it takes council's direct interaction on some of the, on 90% of these. 10% are political in a variety of different contexts. Maybe we should do it, maybe we shouldn't do it. Hey, that's discussion and all. But we don't need to try and solve the 10% issue for 90% of the things that don't need it. Now, and that's, I guess, just how you want to spend the council time. And I think that will get also cumbersome in terms of the amount of time it takes. So I think I consumed the time we had, speaking of time.
Okay, so we're going to move on.
If I have 15 seconds.
You have, okay.
15 seconds. Because based on council comments, we can do what you're discussing tonight won't take an extensive rewrite of these provisions. The question for council is council, notwithstanding those fairly minor rewrites, is council ready for action, or do you want to have an additional touch on those minor rewrites?
Ready for action.
I think the thumbs are up to move forward.
We will make it so.
And we'll go from there. Okay.
I'm 7 over.
So at this point in time, we're going into executive. At this time, the City Council will recess to executive session for approximately 30 minutes to discuss with legal counsel matters relating to litigation to which the agency is a party, as allowed by RCW 42.30.1101I. Council anticipates no further action following the executive session. Poor legs.
Tell Stan
Okay, the executive session is extended now to 10:30 p.m.